Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? On behalf of the Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand, we warmly welcome you all to the 147th Girmit anniversary celebration tonight. We will be commencing tonight's program at 5 p.m. sharp. In the meantime, please feel free to enjoy tea and snacks while you mix and mingle, and check out our Girmit artifacts. Please enjoy the atmosphere as we come together to honor the legacy, sacrifice, and journey of our Girmit ancestors. Thank you.
Handcrafted natural diamond jewelry from Malabar Golden Diamonds.
sa 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 re re sa. Ni ni sa 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 re re sa. Ni ni sa 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 re re sa. Ni ni sa 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 re re sa.
टपुआ घर से निकर चले हैं विदेशवा, घर से निकर चले हैं विदेशवा, घर से निकर चले हैं विदेशवा, घर से निकर चले हैं विदेशवा। भूख लगी भोजन कहाँ पे है, प्यास लगी कहाँ पानी। भूख लगे भोजन कहाँ पे है, प्यास लगी कहाँ पानी। नींद लगी आसन कहाँ पे है, कोस गरड़ गड़ी जाए, घर से निकर चले रे विदेशवा, घर से निकर चले रे विदेशवा, घर से निकर चले रे विदेशवा, घर से निकर चले रे विदेशवा।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request everyone to please take their seats as we are about to commence tonight's program shortly. We invite you all to settle in and make yourselves comfortable as we begin this special evening. Thank you. Can I have your attention, please? We will be starting with tonight's program in about 2 minutes. I would request that all of you to please settle in so that the formalities of tonight's program can begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now begin with tonight's program. Namaste, Ram Ram, Assalamu Alaikum, Namaskaram, Bula, Kiora, and warm Pacific greetings to you all. The trustees and the Girmit Event Organizing Committee, the Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand, welcomes you all to this commemoration of the 147th Girmit anniversary. Lest we forget the sacrifices of the pioneer generation. आज हम याद करते हैं उन गिरमिटियर्स को जो अपना देश, अपना घर, अपने सपने छोड़कर फीजी आए थे। ना उनके पास सुविधाएं थी, ना आसान जिंदगी। ना उनके पास सुविधाएं थी, ना आसान जिंदगी। सिर्फ मेहनत, आंसू और एक उम्मीद थी अपने बच्चों के बेहतर कल की। गन्ने के खेतों में उन्होंने खून पसीना बहाया, दर्द सहा, संघर्ष किया, लेकिन कभी हार नहीं मानी। आज हम जो है उनकी कुर्बानियों की वजह से है। गिरमिटियर्स सिर्फ इतिहास नहीं, हमारी पहचान है। हमारे पूर्वजों को प्रणाम और उनके संघर्ष को सलाम। My name is Krishnil Prasad, and it is both a privilege and an honor to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for tonight's celebration. I am a lawyer and director of Lawfinity, have been involved in radio broadcasting for the past 20 years, and previously served as Secretary of the Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand. Before we begin tonight's program, I would like to share a few housekeeping matters with everyone. Male and female toilets are located on the right of the hall if you are facing the stage. In case of an emergency, exits are on your left side and back, as indicated. The assembly area is outside the hall in the car park. Refreshments and snacks will be still available throughout the evening until the dinner is served. We are pleased to welcome all our viewers watching us from around the world on our live stream. Please note that all event photos will be posted on the Foundation's Girmit Facebook page and website. Before we proceed further with tonight's program, we would like to first acknowledge and sincerely thank all of our sponsors and supporters whose generosity and contribution have helped make this event possible. We would like to thank our naming rights sponsor, ASAP Finance, ASAP Finance. Our diamond sponsors are GB Lawyers, Kiwiana Financial Services, Supreme Sikh Society of New Zealand, Shivani Restaurants and Bakery, Anne's Funeral Home and On-Site Cremations, Sai Group Limited, Universal Granite. Our gold sponsors are Zeal Group Accounting, Insurance and Advisory, Extreme Beauty, and SK Financial Group. Once again, we thank our sponsors. Your support towards commemorating the 147th Girmit anniversary and preserving the legacy of our Girmit ancestors is deeply appreciated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request everyone to please stand. Stand up for the national anthems of the three countries that connect us, India, Fiji, and New Zealand. If you are unable to stand in one position for too long, you may remain seated for this. मैं आप सभी से निवेदन करता हूं कि आप कृपया उन तीन देशों के राष्ट्रीय गान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं जो हमें एक दूसरे से जोड़ते हैं, इंडिया, फीजी और न्यूजीलैंड। ये तीन राष्ट्रीय गीत तकरीबन 5 मिनट के होंगे। यदि किसी को ज़्यादा देर तक खड़े रहने में असुविधा हो, तो आप कृपया बैठे रह सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Now I would like to invite Karen Leone on stage to perform the Maori Karakia.
Kia ora tātou. It's an honour and a privilege to open us up this evening with karakia. He noi tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Kia ora.
Thank you, Vinaka Vakalevu, Karen Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, please join our team as we show our respect and reverence by lighting of the diyas and candles for our forebears, requesting Ranila, Grace, and Fiji Girmit Foundation youth members to come forward and bring the candles to the front. कृपया हमारे साथ शामिल होकर दिए और कैंडल्स जलाकर अपने पूर्वजों को श्रद्धांजलि और सम्मान अर्पित करें। मैं रनीला, ग्रेस और फीजी गिरमिट फाउंडेशन के यूथ मेंबर्स से निवेदन करता हूं कि कृपया वो आगे आए और कैंडल्स सामने लेकर आए। We will begin the procession with traditional Fiji Indian music, dhapla and baja by Boya Reddy and team, and accompanying them is Rani Bulu Hudda Tasa group. We will also have commemorative wreaths placed by our two most senior medal recipients, Urmila Maharaj. Urmila is the second generation Girmitia, born in Ba. Her parents were from India. She worked on the farm while being a housewife. And our second most senior medal recipient is Lingappa Viran. She's a second generation Girmitia, born in Singatoka, and Lingappa has devoted 31 years to public service. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our two most senior medal recipients, Urmila Maharaj and Lingappa Viran. We would like to invite some of our distinguished guests to participate in the lighting of the main Diya lamp. We would now invite the Huddatasa group. We would like to thank the Huddatasa group and the Dhapla group, also the two most senior medal recipients, Urmila Maharaj and Lingappa Viran, everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite some of our distinguished guests to participate in the lighting of the main Diya lamp. May we please invite the Indian High Commissioner to New Zealand, Ms. Manpui Saiwai, former Governor General Sir Anand Satyanand, the High Commissioner to Fiji to New Zealand, Ratu Inoke Kumbabola, Honorable Chris Hipkins, and Honorable Biman Prasad. We would also like to request President Krish Naidu to kindly assist in facilitating. अब हम कैंडल लाइटिंग सेरेमनी के जरिए अपने पूर्वजों और गिरमिटियर्स को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करेंगे। मैं फीजी गिरमिट फाउंडेशन न्यूजीलैंड के फाउंडिंग ट्रस्टी और प्रेसिडेंट से निवेदन करता हूं कि वो अपने डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट को लेकर आए और मुख्य दिया को प्रज्वलित करें। We would now like to invite our seniors to do the lighting of the main diya as well. We would like to thank all our seniors and distinguished guests for candle and diya lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the interfaith prayer in the memory of our Girmitiya descendants. I would like to humbly request the following religious leaders to come on stage to bless the occasion in prayers. Sikh prayer by Kharak Singh, who is a community leader. Hindu prayer by Ronil Dutt, President of Adarsh Satsang Ramayan Mandali. Islam prayer by Ibrar Sheikh, President of the Federation of Islamic Association of New Zealand. Christian prayer by Auckland Council Councillor Daniel Newman and Deputy Chair Wiri Licensing Trust.
Good evening, everyone. Just be patient, and I'm going to do a prayer for Sikhs, ardas for everyone. So just be with me for no more than 2-3 minutes. I will be doing a prayer in Sikh religion. What we do, pray for everyone. ਅਰਦਾਸ ਏਕ ਓਂਕਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਰ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ ਫਿਰੰਗਤ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਰਾਮਦਾਸਾਂ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਏ। ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਜੀ ਧਿਆਈਐ। ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸਭ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਏ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰਿਐ। ਕਰ ਨੌ ਨੇ ਦਿਆਵੇ ਤਾਏ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹਾਂ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪੰਜ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਚਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬਜ਼ਾਦੇ 40 ਮੁਕਤੇ ਹੱਟੀਆਂ ਚੱਪੀਆਂ ਤਪੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਿਆ ਵੰਡ ਕੇ ਛਕਿਆ। ਤੇਗ ਚਲਾਈ ਤੇਗ ਵਾਹੀ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਅਨਡਿਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਸਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾਨ ਕੇਸਦਾਨ ਰਹਿਤਦਾਨ ਵਿਵੇਕਦਾਨ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਦਾਨ ਦਾਨਾ ਸਿਰਦਾਨ ਨਾਮਦਾਨ। ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਚੌਂਕੀਆਂ ਝੰਡੇ ਬੁੰਗੇ ਜੁਗੋ ਜੁਗ ਢਲ ਧਰਮ ਕਾ ਜੈਕਾਰ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਹੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਮਿਹਰ ਸਦਕਾ ਅੱਜ ਆਪਾਂ ਗਰਮਿਤੀਆ 147 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਦੋ ਜਹਿਦ ਫਿਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਯਾਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਫਿਜੀ ਦੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ੀਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਦੇ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ੀਲੈਂਡ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਸ਼ਟ ਸਹਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ੀਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਕਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਕਮਾਈਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਰਸਤੇ ਖੋਲ੍ਹੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਵਾਸ ਬਖਸ਼ੀ ਅਤੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਾਣਾ ਮੰਨਣ ਦਾ ਬਲ ਬਖਸ਼ੀ। ਇਸੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਪਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। God bless everyone. God bless our forefathers who have done a lot of work for us, and we remember them today on a 147 Girmitiya Day. And God bless our Fano and our Indian Fiji diaspora and all of us. Thank you.
बोलिए श्यावर रामचंद्र की जय। उमापति महादेव की जय। पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। राधे प्रिय कृष्ण चंद्र की जय। सनातन सब ग्रंथन की जय। बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय। आज के इस पावन भावपूर्ण अवसर जो हमारे गिरमिटिया और हमारे जो पूर्वज है, जो नहीं है और जो यहाँ पर उपस्थित है, जो बुजुर्ग है, उनकी स्मृति में, उनकी याद में पूर्वजों का सम्मान, परिश्रम, मेहनत, त्याग और संघर्ष करके हमारे समाज की जो नींव है, हमारे मंडली आदर्श सत्संग रामायण मंडली की ओर से फिजी गिरमिट फाउंडेशन न्यूजीलैंड को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और साधुवाद। यहाँ पधारे हुए सभी ब्राह्मणों के चरणों में बहुत बहुत दंडवत। सभी उपस्थित माताएं, बहनें, भाइयों और अतिथि को हमारा बहुत बहुत नमस्कार स्वीकार हो। आज जो भी मंत्र हम यहाँ पर 1 मिनट में करेंगे, वो श्रद्धा, वो सब शब्द अर्पित करेंगे अपने जो पूर्वज है, हमसे पहले, जो है, जो नहीं है, सबके लिए। और जो भी परिवार दुख तकलीफ में है, उनके लिए भी हम सभी कोई प्रार्थना करेंगे। अगर आप चाहें तो हाथ जोड़ सकते हैं। ओम 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 श्री गणेशाय नमः। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय। तमेव माता च पिता तमेव, तमेव बंधु च सखा तमेव, तमेव विद्या द्रविणम तमेव, तमेव सर्वं मम देव देवा। ओम अनादि निधनो देव शंकर चक्र गदाधरा, अक्षय पुंडरीकाक्षाय प्रेत मोक्ष प्रदो भवा। अंतिम प्रार्थना हम और आप सृष्टि में संपूर्ण जगत के लिए जहाँ जहाँ दुख तकलीफ है, भगवान से प्रार्थना करेंगे कि सबको सद्गति, सबको बुद्धि और सबको शांति प्रदान करे। इस प्रार्थना के लिए अगर आप चाहें अपने अपने हाथों को खोल सकते हैं। पुरुषों के लिए राइट ओवर लेफ्ट, महिलाएं अगर चाहें तो अपने अपने आंचल हो तो हाथ में ले लें। स्वस्ति प्रजभ्या परिपालयन्ता न्यायेन मार्गे मही महिषा, गौब्राह्मणभ्यो शुभमस्तु नित्यं, लोकाः समस्ता सुखिनो भवन्तु। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कष्टदिक् भागवते। आपुत्र पौत्रनां सन्तु, पौत्रीणां सन्तु पौत्रीणां, निर्धनां साधनां सन्तु, जीवन्तु शार्दं सतमे मम। ओम नमः पार्वती पते। हर हर महादेव हरे। जय जय वीर बजरंगी, हर हर महादेव हरे। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
Let us pray for Fiji, the people of Fiji, the pioneers and the indentured laborers who have sacrificed a pathway for us. And more importantly, let us pray for Aotearoa, New Zealand, and the people of this country. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu alaikum, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be able to offer the prayer in English, a Christian prayer. God, source of all hope and love, hear our prayers for our ancestors. May the road they walked in pursuit of peace, security, and joy in you mirror for us the same peace and security and joy we long for. Eternal rest grant upon them, our forefathers and foremothers, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them, their ancestors today and their ancestors to come. We ask these things through Christ our Lord. Amen. And if I could just say that my thanks to the Fiji Girmit Foundation of New Zealand, to my good friend Krish Naidu and his committee, to the volunteers, the sponsors, for the wonderful work that you do. It's work to support our elders, to advocate for the health and peace and prosperity and well-being of all of us, and to acknowledge the special and unique role not only of our Girmit ancestors, but also all migrant communities that make our place, our piece of this beautiful earth of ours, better and more prosperous and more multi-ethnic for their presence and contribution, a contribution that I sincerely welcome. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank our religious leaders for their prayers and message. And now we request everyone to please stand as we observe a minute of silence in honor of our ancestors who toiled in the cane fields of Fiji and endured immense sacrifice and hardship. We also invite everyone to take out their phones and turn on the torchlight as we reflect and pay tribute during this moment of silence. अब हम एक मिनट के लिए मौन धारण करेंगे ताकि हम अपने उन गिरमिटिया पूर्वजों को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर सके जिन्होंने दर्द, संघर्ष और अनेक कठिनाइयों का सामना करते हुए हमारे आज को संभव बनाया। ये मौन उनकी कुर्बानी, हिम्मत और अटूट सहनशीलता को नमन है। मैं सभी से निवेदन करता हूं कि कृपया अपने फोन्स निकालें और टॉर्च लाइट को ऑन करें जब हम इस मौन पल को अपने पूर्वजों की याद में मनाएंगे। Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Before we proceed to our opening performance, we would like to acknowledge and thank Right Honorable Chris Hipkins for making time out to briefly attend our event before he has to head to another commitment. May I please call upon Right Honorable Chris Hipkins to come on stage for your Girmit message.
Namaste, kia ora, bulavanaka. Good evening, everybody. It is a huge honor to stand with you all this evening as we remember the legacy of the Girmitiers and their immense sacrifices. 147 years ago, thousands of men and women and children were taken from their homes in India with the promise of a better life. Instead, they met with exploitation. The British Empire claimed to have ended slavery in the 19th century, but for millions of Indians, including those we remember today, it did not. It took another form under a different name. And as we remember their stories of struggle, separation, and hardship, we must also remember their stories of resilience, of dignity, and of courage. They paved a way so that future generations could lead better lives of their own. Days like today remind us how important it is to be honest about the history of our communities, the prejudices that they have found, no matter how confronting those may be. I came across a quote this week that comes from this year's Race Unity speech. Race Unity speech champion, a Year 13 student, Amanjot Singh. And he said, Prejudice survives when stereotypes go unchallenged. Challenging stereotypes means questioning the stories that we've been taught about others. He went on to say, there is a powerful difference between listening to rebut and listening to understand. I couldn't agree more. It's so important that we listen to each other and to the stories of all those who have come to make Aotearoa New Zealand their homes. We are a proudly multicultural nation. Throughout our history, people have travelled from all over the world to make Aotearoa New Zealand their home. That diversity is one of our greatest strengths as a country. Recent anti-immigrant rhetoric is incredibly disappointing. I found some of that hard to stomach, and I know speaking to many of you here earlier this evening, so have you. Nobody should get away with spouting some of the racist comments that we have seen in recent weeks. I have been very clear, there should be no place in New Zealand for that. That is not the New Zealand way. It's not who we are as a nation. It's not okay, and it shows that we still have more work to do here in New Zealand to combat racism. So my message to you here today, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you this evening, is a very simple message. Labour is here to stand with you, with your families, and with your community. You should feel safe to celebrate who you are, to celebrate your culture and practice your faith. You bring strength to Aotearoa New Zealand, and you are valued. Should I have the privilege of being Prime Minister of New Zealand after this year's November general election, I will choose unity every time. I will lead a government that brings people together, not one that drives them apart. So thank you for everything that you do. Let's learn from the mistakes of the past and grow as a nation. And before I leave, can I acknowledge my Labour parliamentary colleagues who are here with me this evening. I was going to list them all, but the table keeps growing and there are more and more of them arriving by the moment. We've had our Labour Party regional list candidate selections today, so they've had a very, very busy day. But can I acknowledge my Labour parliamentary colleagues and our candidates and thank them all for being here as well. Thank you again so much for the opportunity to be with you this evening. Please do accept the very best wishes to all of you from the New Zealand Labour Party. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Right Honourable Chris Hipkins for his powerful message on unity and togetherness. I would like to now invite the Foundation President, Mr. Krishna Naidu, to present Honourable Right Chris Hipkins with a token of appreciation for his support and attendance. Thank you once again, Right Honourable Chris Hipkins. We would now like to welcome Artham Natya as they perform Pushpanjali, an offering of flowers, which symbolizes a heartfelt salutation to the enduring spirit of the Girmitiers and the rich cultural heritage they gifted future generations. Please put your hands together for Artham Natya.
தகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை ராம் தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதகதித்தோடங்க திக்குத்தை தாம் 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 கிடதகதத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதாம் தம் 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 திம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தித் 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 தித்தை திகிதக திகிதோ ஹஸ்தங்க திகிதக திகிதோ ஹஸ்தங்க திகிதோ ஹஸ்தங்க தகதொங்க தித் 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 தித்தை திகிதக திகிதோ ஹஸ்தங்க திகிதக திகிதோ ஹஸ்தங்க திகிதோ ஹஸ்தங்க தகதொங்க கூத்த கீட கீடனக தோதோடகதாம் தோத்தை தோதிக்கத்தக்க தோதோடகதாம் தோத்தை தம்ப திம்மி தத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா
Once again, everyone, a huge round of applause for Artham Natya. Wonderfully performed. This next performance by Tal New Zealand depicts glimpses of the journey to a new land, the struggles, strength, and sacrifices of the Girmitiers whose hard work paved the way for a better future, for future generations that followed. Please put your hands together and welcome Tal.
Nani always said that there was history hidden inside this house. I never really believed her. One afternoon, while I was cleaning, I found an old suitcase buried beneath years of dust. The leather was cracked, the lock was barely held together, and at first it just looked old, forgotten. But when I opened it, it felt like someone had left pieces of their life behind for me to find. Inside was a folded contract with writing I couldn't understand. Prayer beads worn smooth by someone's hands, small cloth bundled of dried soil, a piece of sugar cane tied carefully with string, and hidden beneath everything else, a photograph. 2 faces stared back at me, serious, tired, proud, my ancestors. And for the first time, history no longer felt distant. It all started to feel a bit personal. The first thing I unfolded from the suitcase was the contract. I imagined my ancestors holding this exact page more than 100 years ago. Before Fiji, they had a home. Villages filled with family, prayer, music, and tradition. Life was difficult, but it was theirs. I think about the recruiters that arrived speaking of opportunity across the ocean, work, money, land, a better future. For families struggling to survive, hope can sound a lot like truth. I wonder what they were thinking when they signed their names. Did they believe that they would come back? Did they know that this single piece of paper would change generations forever? The agreement was called Girmit. It came from the English word agreement, spoken in accents our ancestors did not understand, until eventually the word changed on their tongues. Over time, Girmit became more than just a contract. It became a symbol of sacrifice, of survival, of separation from home. Entire generations would come to carry that word in their identity, and the people who endured it became known as the Girmitias. At the bottom of the suitcase, wrapped carefully in cloth, was a tiny bottle filled with seawater. Nani told me it was kept to remember the Kalapani, the black waters. In 1879, our ancestors boarded the Leonidas believing that they were travelling toward a better future. But somewhere in the middle of the ocean, many realized something was terribly wrong. The ship was overcrowded, the air was thick, illness spread quickly. People were packed tightly together for weeks at sea. Some gave birth on this journey, and some lost loved ones before ever reaching land. There were people who became so overwhelmed by grief and fear they threw themselves into the ocean. Because India disappeared beyond the horizon, many believed that they had lost everything that they knew. Their homes, their caste, their identity, and their connection to the life that they once had. sugarcane, it was carefully tied and preserved, as though someone wanted future generations to remember. The Fiji my ancestors arrived to was not the Fiji that they had been promised. The cane fields were harsh, the labour relentless. They worked long days under supervision, punishment, and exhaustion. Even when everything around them tried to strip away their humanity, they held tightly onto culture, tradition, and each other. Perhaps that was their greatest act of resistance. Finally, inside the suitcase, I found a handwritten recipe stained with oils and spice, a reminder that my ancestors carried more than just pain with them. They carried community. Far away from the villages they once called home, they built new lives together. Together, they built mandirs, mosques, schools, and homes. They shared meals, raised children together, celebrated weddings and festivals, and out of displacement, they created belonging. Out of hardship, they created us an identity. From the pain of Girmit, a new community was born. The children of Girmit slowly became something entirely their own, Indo-Fijian, not fully Indian, not fully Fijian, something beautiful created from both.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank Tal for such a keynote performance. It was indeed a wonderful presentation. A huge round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now acknowledge all our sponsors whose support has made this event a success, and without whose support, this event would not have been possible. Firstly, we would like to thank our naming rights sponsor, ASAP Finance, ASAP Finance. Our diamond sponsors are GB Lawyers, Kiwiana Financial Services, Supreme Sikh Society of New Zealand, Shivani Restaurants and Bakery, Anne's Funeral Home and On-Site Cremations, Sai Group Limited, Universal Granite. We would like to thank our diamond sponsors and also our gold sponsors who are Zeal Group, Accounting, Insurance and Advisory, Extreme Beauty, SK Financial Group. We would also like to thank our silver sponsors, ITADNZ, Tulip Financial Services Limited, Pacific Engineering Projects, Excel Finance, Barfoot and Thompson's Chetan Kanjarbhat, Rotary Club Botany Downs, Bitfood, Subway Kingsland, North Signs and Print, and Harcourt's Iresh Tenakun. A huge round of applause for all our sponsors, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see that there are some chairs being set up on stage, we will be very shortly honoring our senior citizens with medals. And once the chairs are set up, we will officially begin with that formality tonight. Now, I would now like to invite Ranila and her team to bring the senior medal recipients to make their way on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our senior medal recipients tonight. We would like to begin the Girmit Recognition Medal Ceremony with a Bidesia performance by Ramdai Khelawan. Bidesia is a traditional folk style deeply connected to the experiences of the Girmitias. These songs were often sung to express emotions during times of hardship, separation, and struggle, serving as a powerful emotional outlet and coping mechanism for our ancestors during the Girmit era. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ramdai Khelawan.
कवने गायलवा में तुम्हारो बसड़ावा हो हमारो गायला कैसे आयो रे बटोहिया हमारो गायला कैसे आयो रे बटोहिया तुम्हारे बालमुआ के लाई के सांडे सवा हो तुम्हारे बालमुआ के लाई के सांडे सवा हो फिजिया के टपुआ से आई रे सुंदरिया फिजिया के टपुआ से आई रे सुंदरिया जो तुम लायो मोरे बलमु के संदेशवा हो जो तुम लायो मोरे बलमु के संदेशवा हो हमसे कहो समुझाई रे बटोहिया हमसे कहो समुझाई रे बटोहिया तुम्हारे बलमुआ के लाई के फिरंगिया हो तुम्हारे बलमुआ के लाई के फिरंगिया हो फिजिया के टपुआ उतारे हो सुंदरिया फिजिया के टपुआ उतारे हो सुंदरिया पाँच बरिसवा के लिखेगी रमिटिया हो पाँच बरिसवा के लिखेगी रमिटिया हो उखिया के खेतिया कामा में हो सुंदरिया उखिया के खेतिया कामा में हो सुंदरिया लाई चलो फिजिया के टपुआ हो लाई चलो फिजिया के टपुआ हो सैया जी से मिलाना कराओ रे बटोहिया सैया जी से मिलाना कराओ रे बटोहिया सात समुंदर बाटे फिजिया के टपुआ हो सात समुंदर बाटे फिजिया के टपुआ हो कैसे के मिलाना कराई रे सुंदरिया कैसे के मिलाना कराई रे सुंदरिया पाँच बरिसवा के कट गिरा मिटिया हो पाँच बरिसवा के कट गिरा मिटिया हो तब यहीं तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया तब यहीं तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया पाँच बरिसवा के कट गिरा मिटिया हो तब यहीं तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया कुछ दिन के मन धरलो धीरजवा हो कुछ दिन के मन धर लो धीरजवा की आई जइए तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया आई जइए तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया आई जइए तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया की आई जइए तुम्हारो सजनवा हो गोरिया पनिया बरस कहाँ जात हो बदरवा हो पनिया बरस कहाँ जात हो बदरवा की नीचवा उतर तनिया रे बदरवा नीचवा उतर तनिया रे बदरवा हमसे हो रूठ ऊपर चढ़े जात वो हमारो संदेशा लिए जाओ रे बदरवा हमारो संदेशा लिए जाओ रे बदरवा हमारो संदेशा लिए जाओ रे बदरवा
Once again, everyone, a huge round of applause for Ramdai Khelawan for such a beautiful Bidesiya. राम जी खिलावन जी, आपने इतना खूबसूरत विदेशिया हमारे लिए पेश किया है, हम आभारी हैं आपके, आपको धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, our senior citizens are the living bridge between us and our Girmit forebears. Through their strength, sacrifice, resilience, and unwavering determination, they carried forward the legacy of those who endured the Girmit era and laid the foundation for the lives and opportunities we enjoy today. The Girmit Foundation New Zealand proudly acknowledges our second and third generation parents, grandparents, the great-grandparents whose hard work, values, and dedication contributed immensely to the growth and development of our community. This recognition is a tribute to their lifelong contributions, the struggles they overcame, and the enduring legacy they continue to leave behind for future generations. We honor them with deep respect, gratitude, and pride. For those unable to attend today due to mobility challenges, we will proudly present their recognition to them in their homes and senior homes. हमारे senior citizens हमारे और हमारे गिरमिटिया पूर्वजों के बीच की जीती जागती कड़ी है। उनकी मेहनत, त्याग, सहनशीलता और संकल्प ने उस विरासत को आगे बढ़ाया, जो गिरमिट के कठिन दौर से गुजरी और जिसने आज की हमारी ज़िंदगी की बुनियाद रखी। फीजी गिरमिट फाउंडेशन न्यूजीलैंड गर्व के साथ हमारे दूसरी और तीसरी पीढ़ी के बुजुर्गों को सम्मानित करने जा रहा है, जिन्होंने अपनी मेहनत, संस्कार और समर्पण से हमारे समाज के विकास में अमूल्य योगदान दिया है। ये सम्मान उनकी जीवन भर की कुर्बानियों, संघर्षों और उन अनमोल विरासतों को नमन है जो आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए है। हम उन्हें गहरी श्रद्धा और सम्मान के साथ सलाम करते हैं। We humbly request everyone to keep the front of the stage area clear so that all guests may enjoy a clear view and our official photographer can capture memorable photographs of our medal recipients. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the medal presentation of our seniors who are seated on stage today. To present the Girmit Recognition Medal in honor of our respected seniors, I would now like to invite our first dignitary, Right Honorable Chris Hipkins, to please come forward on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, our first medal recipient tonight is Urmila Maharaj. She's 91 years of age. She's second generation Girmitia, born in Ba. Her parents were from India. She worked on the farm while being a housewife. Ladies and gentlemen, our first medal recipient, Urmila Maharaj, 91 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now invite our second medal recipient tonight, Mandalsha Devi. She's 81 years of age, and she was born in Lambasa. I would like to thank the Right Honorable Chris Hipkins. If you could please move to the side of the stage. There will be a group photographs after the first four medal recipients are awarded with the medal ceremony. I would now like to invite our next dignitary, Sir Anand Satyanand, to please come on stage and present medal to our next medal recipient. Thank you, Sir Anand Satyanand. I would now like to invite our third medal recipient tonight, Ms. Shakuntala Devi Gosai. She is 81 years of age, born in Turek, Suva. Ladies and gentlemen, our third medal recipient, Shakuntala Devi Gosai. I would now like to invite our fourth medal recipient tonight. Her name is Chandra Kala Krishnan, 80 years of age, born in Lautoka. Our fourth medal recipient, Chandra Kala Krishnan, 80 years of age. I would now like to invite Honorable Chris Hipkins to please come on stage, and all the four medal recipients, together with Sir Anand Satyanand, for a group photograph. Can I please invite the next two dignitaries to the side of the stage, Dr. Madan Mohan Sethi and Her Excellency Moanpui Saiwai. A huge round of applause for our first four recipients of the medal as part of our medal ceremony today. I would like to thank Honorable Chris Hipkins and Sir Anand Satyanand for their presence and attendance and for presenting medals to our recipients tonight. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Dr. Madan Mohan Sethi, Consulate General India to Auckland, to do the next set of honors. Our fifth medal recipient is Ramdei Khelawan, who had sung a beautiful Bidesia just a while ago. She was born in Draketi. She was a farmer in Nasarawanga and Savu Savu until she migrated to New Zealand, where she carried on her legacy to promote our heritage and culture. A huge round of applause for Ramdei Khelawan. Ramdei Khelawan as our fifth medal recipient, everyone. I would now like to invite the sixth medal recipient, Lingappa Viran. She's 86 years old, second generation Girmitia, born in Singatoka. She had devoted 31 years of her life to public service. Can I please request Mr. Mohan Sethi to please do the honors? Our sixth medal recipient, Ligappa Viran, everyone. I would like to request Dr. Sethi to remain on the side of the stage for a group photograph at the end of presentation to the second four medal recipients. I would now like to invite our fourth dignitary, new Indian High Commissioner to New Zealand, Her Excellency Moanpui Saiwai, to do the honors. Our next medal recipient's name is Chandraya. She is 82 years of age. She was born in Ba. Can I please request the next set of dignitaries to come to the side of the stage? Can I request Honorable Biman Prasad? And also Commissioner of Police, Mr. Richard Chambers, to come to the side of the stage. Thank you. Her Excellency, can I just request you to be on the stage to do the honors for the next medal recipient? Can I please have you on stage for the next recipient as well? Our 8th recipient tonight is Mangamma. She's 84 years of age. She was born in Ba. Our 8th medal recipient, Mangamma, 84 years of age. Can I now please request Mr. Dr. Sethi to please come up on stage and take a group photograph for the next 4 medal recipients. Right. Can I now request our next dignitary, Honorable Biman Prasad, Member of Parliament of Fiji, Leader of NFP, and our guest of honor to please come on stage. Our 9th medal recipient tonight is Krishna Murthy, 84 years of age, born in Suva. Can I please request the next 2 dignitaries to come to the side of the stage? Can I request Sem Achari and Honorable Judge Ajit Singh? Ladies and gentlemen, our 9th medal recipient tonight, Krishna Murthy, 84 years of age. Our next medal recipient, the 10th medal recipient tonight is Premila Devi Deo, 80 years of age, born in Nandi. Ladies and gentlemen, our 10th medal recipient, Pramila Devi Deo, 80 years of age, born in Nandi. I must acknowledge that Mrs. Deo had taught me in my class 1 and 2 years. And I have the absolute privilege of witnessing this magical moment unfold before me, where she's presented with this honorable medal. Can I now request Police Commissioner, Mr. Richard Chambers, to do the next set of honors. Ladies and gentlemen, our 11th medal recipient tonight is Surendra Pratap, 81 years of age, born in Rewa. Eleventh medal recipient, Mr. Surendra Pratap, 81 years old. Our next medal recipient is Kalawati Dutt, 84 years age, born in Raki Raki. Our 12th medal recipient, Kalawati Dutt. Can I please request Mr. Biman Prasad and the Commissioner of Police to take a group photograph with the 4 recipients? So can I request you to take a group photograph with the recipients, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to welcome our next dignitary, Mr. Sem Achari from Anne's Funeral Services, to do the honors, please. Can I now invite our 13th medal recipient tonight, Gangaram, 79 years of age, born in Lambasa. Our 13th medal recipient, Gangaram, 79 years old. Can I now invite the next recipient, 14th recipient, Mr. Suruj Prasad, 80 years of age, born in Thavua. Suruj Prasad, 80 years old. I would request Mr. Achari to stand on the side of the stage and for a group photograph at the end. I would now like to invite Honorable District Court Judge, Mr. Ajit Singh, to do the honors. Our next medal recipient, 15th recipient, is Ram Kali, 80 years old, born in Singatoka. Can I please have the next set of dignitaries to be available on the side of the stage? Poonam Kumar and Ananya Kumar. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, 15th recipient tonight, Ram Kali, 80 years old. Our 16th medal recipient tonight is Ram Dharmanand, 80 years old, born in Raki Raki. Ladies and gentlemen, 16th recipient tonight, Ram Dharmanand, 80 years old. Can I now please request Mr. Achari to join Honorable Judge Ajit Singh for a group photograph. Thank you, Mr. Achari, and thank you, Honorable Judge Singh, for your contribution tonight. I would now like to invite our next dignitary, Mrs. Poonam Narayan from Excel Finance. She is one of our silver sponsors tonight to do the next set of honors. Poonam Kumar from Excel Finance, our silver sponsor tonight. Our next medal recipient, 17th recipient is Savitri Devi, 81 years old, born in Singatoka. Ladies and gentlemen, our 17th recipient tonight, Savitri Devi. I request if Ms. Poonam Kumar could stand on the side of the stage for a group photograph at the end. I now have the privilege of welcoming Ananya Kumar from Kiwiana Financial Services, who is one of our diamond sponsors tonight, to do the next sort of honors. Ladies and gentlemen, Ananya Narayan from Kiwiana Financial Services. Our 18th medal recipient tonight is Lekram, 82 years old, born in Tavua. Ladies and gentlemen, our 18th recipient, Lekram, 82 years old. I would like to now invite Poonam Kumar and Ananya Narayan for a group photograph with the medal recipients tonight. Thank you to our dignitaries and congratulations to our medal recipients. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me the pleasure of inviting our next dignitary on stage who needs no introduction. May I please welcome our Prime Minister of New Zealand to come up on stage and do the honors. Prime Minister, we extend our warm welcome to you. Thanks for being part of this event. Our 19th medal recipient tonight is Girdhar Lal, 81 years old, born in Nausori. Ladies and gentlemen, our 19th recipient, Girdhar Lal, 81 years old. Our next recipient is Kamal Kumari, 82 years old, born in Lautoka. Ladies and gentlemen, our 20th recipient tonight, Kamal Kumari, 82 years old. We would now like to invite our 21st recipient, Phul Kuwar Sumran, 87 years of age, born in Navua. Ladies and gentlemen, our 21st medal recipient, Phul Kuwar Sumran, 87 years old. And now everyone, our final medal recipient for tonight. The 22nd medal recipient is Mr. Ramesh Chandra, 80 years old, born in Lautoka. Ladies and gentlemen, our 22nd medal recipient and the final one tonight, Ramesh Chandra, 80 years old. I would like to request the Honorable Prime Minister to please take a group photograph with the medal recipients tonight. Yes, please. Just the ones that you presented. It's okay? All right. We would also like to request our Prime Minister for a group photograph with all the medal recipients now. Thank you so much. Can I please request everyone to please take your seats as we are going to begin with tonight's formalities very shortly. I would like to thank all our senior citizens for being part of tonight's event and for blessing us with your presence. We also extend our sincere thanks to all dignitaries and guests for their support and participation in the medal presentation ceremony. We also thank all our dignitaries for the anniversary cake cutting, which has just happened. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We would like to begin with tonight's formalities very shortly. I ask you to please be seated onto your seats so that we can properly begin tonight's formalities. आप सभी शांत होकर बैठ जाएं, क्योंकि प्रोग्राम का अहम हिस्सा अब शुरू होगा. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the formalities of tonight's program. The Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand would also like to acknowledge the presence of the many leaders, dignitaries, community representatives, and distinguished guests from across New Zealand who have taken the time to join us this evening and make the celebration even more meaningful and memorable. We would like to begin by inviting our distinguished dignitaries. Once on stage, I request our dignitaries to remain standing for the customary shouling. I would like to invite the following dignitaries on stage. The Foundation's President, Mr. Krish Naidu, our Honorable Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, High Commissioner of Fiji to New Zealand, Ratu Inoke Kumbabola, Councillor Daniel Newman and Deputy Chair, Wiri Licensing Trust, former Governor General of New Zealand, Sir Anand Satyanand, High Commissioner India to New Zealand, Ms. Moanpui Sayawi, Consulate General India to Auckland, Dr. Madan Mohan Sethi, New Zealand Police Commissioner, Mr. Richard Chambers, Honorable Professor Biman Prasad, Fiji Member of Parliament, Mr. Semachari, Chair of Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand, Mr. Chandar Sen, President of New Zealand Fiji Business Council, Chairperson of Supreme Sikh, Mr. Daljit Singh, Minister for Transport, Honorable Simon Brown, Honorable Mark Mitchell, Minister for Police, Counties Manukau Area Commander Shannon Gray, Honorable Melissa Lee, Member of Parliament Nancy Liu, Councillor Met Winiata, Mr. Veer Khar, President of NZICA, Mr. Dhirendra Naresh, President of Hamilton Girmit, Honorable Phil Tyford, Honorable Jenny Selesa, Honorable Priyanka Radhakrishna, Member of Parliament, Lemaunga Lydia Sosene, Member of Parliament Helen White, Member of Parliament Carlos Cheng, Mr. Dinesh Khatka, Honorary Consulate, Act Member of Parliament Paramjit Parmar, Member of Parliament Dr. Carlos, Mr. Ibrar Sheikh, President of FIANCE, Dame Ranjana Patel, Honorary Consulate Harish Lodhia, and Member of Parliament Paulo Garcia. A huge round of applause, everyone, for our dignitaries tonight. Also, Mr. Perez from AC Finance. May I now request the volunteers of Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand to kindly assist with showing our dignitaries. Thank you to our respected dignitaries. You may now be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the President, Mr. Krish Naidu, for his welcome address on behalf of the Foundation. A little background about our President for those who don't know. Krish Naidu is a proud fifth-generation Fijian Indian, originally from Raki, Fiji, and has called New Zealand home for the past 26 years. He is a senior lecturer and program manager at Otago Polytechnic, Auckland campus. Since 2019, Krish has served as the president and national president of the Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand. He is deeply passionate about and a strong advocate for Fijian Indian identity, heritage, and well-being. Krish serves on various education, NGO, and community boards across Auckland and is an appointed member of the Health NZ Regional Consumer Council. In October last year, he was elected as an independent candidate to Auckland Council's Howick Local Board, becoming the first person of Fijian Indian and Indian diaspora to be elected. Tomorrow, Krish will join Shana Chandra as a panelist at the sold-out Auckland Writers Festival session, A Heavy History, Girmitias of Fiji. Krish is married to Radhika, and together they have a daughter, Lakisha. May I please welcome, and very proudly so, our President, Mr. Krish Naidu, for his welcome address.
Thank you, MC. I think we should put a round of applause for the great work Krishnil is doing. Kia ora koutou, good evening, Nisambula Vinaka, Kaisehe, and a warm Pacifica and multicultural greetings to you all. It is both an honor and privilege for me to welcome you this evening on behalf of the Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand to the national commemorative event marking the 147th anniversary of Fiji Girmit in association with ASEP Finance. And you guys have turned up in big tsunami, haven't you? I can guarantee you, you will not get butter chicken tonight, but you'll get nice Fiji Indian dal. Okay. Let me begin by acknowledging the Right Honorable Christopher Luxon, the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Thank you, PM, for joining us for the 5th consecutive year. Thank you to the leader of Labour Party and the opposition, Mr. Chris Hipkins, for being here earlier this evening. Member of Parliament from Fiji and former Deputy Prime Minister, Professor Biman Prasad, the newly appointed High Commissioner of India to New Zealand, Ms. Moan Pui Seawai, the High Commissioner of Fiji to New Zealand, Ratu Inoke Kumbumbola, New Zealand Police Commissioner, and for the first time, New Zealand Police Commissioner has attended the Girmit event. Thank you, Richard Chambers. Country's Manukau District Commander, Superintendent Shannon Gray, Councillor Daniel Newman, and Deputy Chair, Willie Licensing Trust, and many respected ministers, members of parliament, diplomats, community leaders, NGO representatives, Fiji senior citizen groups, business sponsors, and members of the wider public. Thank you all for being here this evening, and thank you for your valued support. Mr. Paresh Sharma and the team from ASEP Finance, our naming rights sponsor, thank you for once again for being our naming rights sponsor for the 3 consecutive years. May I also acknowledge our Itoke Fijian brothers and our Rotuman brothers and sisters. This week is Rotuman Language Week. Congratulations to you all. Organizing a free public event of this scale is not easy, so thank you to our sponsors, grant agencies, every individual who has contributed, whether through time, expertise, resources, encouragement, Vinaka Vakalevu, and Dhanyawad. The Fiji Girmit Foundation was established in 2012, and since then we have grown rapidly. This is the largest Girmit commemoration in the world, and this week we have also established a new chapter in Gisborne. The Remembrance Day continues to grow significantly, and therefore increasing awareness, interest, research, and recognition of Fiji Girmit and the Fiji Indian community across New Zealand. Congratulations to all the recipients of the Girmit Seniors Appreciation Award over the age of 80. बहुत-बहुत शुभकामनाएं और धन्यवाद आप सभी को. हम भूल जाते हैं कि हमारे गिरमिटेज है नहीं, मगर जो सीनियर्स है हमारे कम्युनिटी को, हमारे कौम को आगे बढ़ाने में बहुत सारा योगदान दिया है, खून पसीना बहाया है, तो हम उनको धन्यवाद कहते हैं, and we pray to God for long life. Seniors' well-being is very important to us. Our Buzurg Milan initiative, Seniors' Wellbeing Program, is aimed at fostering greater social connection among seniors. At the same time, we continue to observe growing concerns around social isolation, elder abuse within the community, often made worse by a lack of legal protection and planning. And today, I'm pleased to make a new announcement. We are proud to launch the Girmit Legacy Wills Initiative 2026 in collaboration with GB Lawyers, offering complimentary wills to the members of the Fiji Indian community aged 70 and over. We understand that many in our community delay making a will because of the process is complicated, intimidating, or expensive. This initiative aims to remove barriers while also helping to minimize some of the elder abuse and legal challenges that seniors may face. This is our small contribution towards honoring the strength and sacrifice of our Girmit ancestors by protecting our seniors today and safeguarding the future. And for more information, there's a flyer on your table. Another important announcement today relates to the confirmation by the Consul General of India, Dr. Sethi, regarding the opportunities for Girmit cultural tours to India from New Zealand for the Fiji Indian diaspora. These tours will help members of our community to reconnect with their ancestral roots and heritage. We are also excited about potential scholarship opportunities for Indian language, culture, and heritage studies, which will further strengthen cultural connections and future generations. Today is also a day to celebrate our unique Fiji Indian identity, our language, our food, our music, our rich cultural traditions. We are also deeply grateful for the opportunity New Zealand has provided us, and we must value those and the values of New Zealand equally. Today, we also honor many entrepreneurs, educators, health professionals, and community leaders gathered here today, who continue to carry the Girmit legacy forward with pride and purpose. And last week, we had the first Associate Judge of High Court appointed in New Zealand, Mr. Nick Malarao, a Fiji Indian, first person from Fiji and Indian diaspora to be given that acknowledgement. And earlier this week, Smita Kumar, born in Fiji, was appointed as a member of the Scottish Parliament. So our people continue to do well as descendants of Girmit. While we proudly acknowledge our Indian ancestry, we are also the people of Fiji, of the Pacific, the second largest Pacific community in New Zealand. Each year, I stand here and speak about the ongoing discrimination and exclusions that Fijian Indians continue to face. Year after year, we remain committed from the official public policy relating to Pacific people. We continue to receive diplomatic sympathy, kind words, and acknowledgements across successive governments, but very little meaningful action. The issue is not complicated. We are simply asking one clear question. It's either a yes or no. Why are Fiji Indians not part of Pacific people's policy? Why should an entire community continue to be ignored? These are taxpayer-funded policies and services. They should be inclusive of all people who hail from the Pacific. Inclusion should not be determined by appearance, narrow cultural assumptions, or outdated classifications by States New Zealand. The real needs, lived experiences, histories, and contributions of all Pacific communities must be recognized and addressed fairly and equitably. It has also been confirmed by the Ministry of Education that the definition of Pacific learner in New Zealand does not include Fiji Indians. Yet our data keeps getting used. To me, that is fraud. Our agencies are continuing to sideline and overlook us. This is yet another example of systematic exclusion and institutional racism. If the answer is classification alone, then the system risks becoming inconsistent with its own equity goals. We will have no choice but to pursue other ways, perhaps legal options. To our young people here today, I say this to you. You have a moral responsibility to keep the Girmit story alive, not just in books or events, but the way you live, in the way you serve, and the way you honor your parents and grandparents who have sacrificed so much to give you this opportunity. Take it, embrace it, and you are the future authors of this story. Lastly, I would like to say a big thank you to the hardworking volunteers, organizing team, trustees, who have come together tirelessly behind the scenes, putting personal time, family, and energy with purpose and pride to bring this event together. Doing a free event like this is very, very difficult, and I'm extremely grateful for the team I have. I would please ask you to come forward on the stage, the organizing committee and the trustees, please.
Honorable Prime Minister, we would like you to please join us in the group photograph. We would like to thank our Prime Minister for his attendance and presence and support tonight at this event. And for that, I have in my hand a very beautiful appreciation plaque that would be presented to our Honorable Prime Minister. This appreciation plaque reads, and I'll show you a glimpse of how it looks. It looks amazing, and this is what it says. Appreciation plaque, Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand, remembering, celebrating, advancing Fijian Indian heritage, identity, and diaspora. 147th Girmit anniversary, an evening of remembrance and recognition. Lest we forget the sacrifices of pioneer generations, 1879 to 2026. Presented to Right Honorable Christopher Luxon, 42nd Prime Minister of New Zealand. The Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand is delighted to present this plaque to you in appreciation of your attendance and participation as the chief guest on the occasion of the 147th Girmit anniversary on 17th May 2026 in Auckland, New Zealand. Thank you, Dhanyavad, Vinaka Vakalevu, and Shukriya. I would like to invite the president of the foundation to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Prime Minister of New Zealand, Mr. Christopher Luxon. We will hear from our Prime Minister very shortly, but before that, I would like to invite Mr. Semachari to present appreciation plaques to our sponsors. This event would not have been possible without our key sponsors. I now would like to invite on stage Mr. Semachari of Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand Trustee and Chair, and also the Director of Anne's Funeral Home and On-Site Cremations, to introduce our appreciation plaque recipients. Over to you, Mr. Achari.
Thank you very much, Chris. Mula Vinaka, Namaskaram, Kyora, and Saram to you all. To do the honors, I would like to invite Right Honorable Prime Minister, our chief guest, to kindly present the awards. Prime Minister and I, both, we are challenging for one presidency, which is the President of the Bald Society. So, Mr. Prime Minister, sir, first and foremost, a huge, huge thank you to ASAP Finance, our naming rights sponsor, for your continued support as the naming rights sponsor over the past 3 years. Accepting the appreciation plaque on behalf of ASAP Finance is Director Parash Sharma, please. Mr. Prime Minister. Now, the diamond sponsors accepting the award will be Madhvi Gosai Bhatnagar, who is also the Deputy Chair of the Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Madhvi and Sushant for their continued support and for providing office space for Fiji Girmit Foundation in the GB Lawyers building in Flatbush. Thank you, Madhvi and Sushant. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Madhvi and Sushant once again. Kiwiana Financial Services, Founder and Director, Anayan Ryan. Thank you, Anu, for your kind support and helping with our senior medals this evening, Naka. Next sponsors, Shivani Restaurants and Bakery, Director Shivani and Pawan Arora, Thank you for the beautiful sweets today that you have contributed on the table here. The next one? Oh, sorry, Shivani is not here. Now I would like to invite Supreme Sikh Society of New Zealand, Daljit Singh. Thank you, Daljit, and the Takanini Gurdwara for your always supporting our initiatives. Next one is the Director Shiva Kilari of Universal Granite. Thank you always for supporting us and the Fiji community. Thank you. Now finally, as the chair of the trustees of the Fiji Girmit Foundation of New Zealand, I would like to place on record our sincere appreciation and take a moment to acknowledge our hard-working president, Mr. Chris Naidu, whose dedication, countless hours of service, and commitment behind the scenes have played a major role in making this 147th Girmit Remembrance event possible. While his contribution may not appear on the sponsors list, his involvement to our foundation and our community is truly invaluable and deeply appreciated. Please join me in showing our appreciation by giving him a big round of applause. I think he deserves a standing ovation. Please, let us all stand up and give Chris Naidu a big Nakawaka level praise. And the only thing we can give you is a big hug from our Prime Minister. Nawa level, Chris. As you all know, Chris is a member of the Auckland Council. Parliament in the near future. Chris, congratulations. Nakawaka level. Thank you.
You may now be seated, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience during the presentation of plaques. Thank you, Sam. Honorable Prime Minister, we have two more awards or plaques, which I will read out now for our two remaining recipients. The next recipient is Anne's Funeral Home and On-Site Cremations, Director Sam Achari. Thank you, Uncle Sam, for all your support and wisdom. Our next recipient of the appreciation plaque is Anne's Funeral Home and On-Site Cremations. Director Sam Achari, thank you, Uncle Sam, for all your support and wisdom. I would invite our Honorable Prime Minister to please do the honors and present the appreciation plaque to Mr. Sam Achari. Our next recipient of the appreciation plaque is Sai Group Limited, Director Vishwa Achari. Thank you, Vishwa, for always supporting us. I would like to invite Vishwa Achari on stage and our Honorable Prime Minister to please do the honors. A huge applause to all the recipients of the appreciation plaque. Their support has truly made this event a success tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome our chief guest today, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Right Honourable Christopher Luxon. Alongside his role as Prime Minister, he also serves as Minister for National Security and Intelligence and Minister responsible for ministerial services. Before entering politics, Mr. Luxon was Chief Executive Officer of Air New Zealand from 2013 to 2019. Prior to that, he spent 18 years with Unilever, serving in senior leadership roles across New Zealand, Australia, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Canada. He holds a Master of Commerce in Business Administration from the University of Canterbury. He is married to Amanda, and together they have 2 adult children. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Christopher Luxon, to deliver his address. Before we hear from our Honourable Prime Minister, we would first like to honour you with a customary garland ceremony as a mark of our respect, appreciation, and warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting our Prime Minister, Right Honourable Christopher Luxon.
Well, Nisa Bulavanaka, namaste, kia ora, and good evening, everyone. It is awesome to be with you. A tremendous privilege yet again to be with you on this evening as we honour the memory of the Girmiteers on this 147th anniversary. An occasion, as you all know, that has deep significance for Fiji, Indian communities all across New Zealand and around the world. I just want to acknowledge several MPs across the Parliament that are here tonight and say thank you for coming and attending. I won't try and acknowledge everyone individually, but it's good to see that we're joined by our great Minister for Ethnic Communities, Mark Mitchell, and our Minister for Health and Energy, Simeon Brown. And it's great to see former DPM and Fijian MP Biman Prasad that's with us as well. Can I also acknowledge you, Krish, and say thank you very much for the role that you play as President of the Fiji Girmit Foundation of New Zealand, along with all of the trustees, the organising committee and the volunteers whose commitment ensures that this important remembrance continues. And I just want to say thank you for all the incredible work that you do, bringing a night like this together in the way that you do. And finally, can I just extend my very warm greetings to members of the diplomatic community, our community leaders, faith and cultural representatives, and to all the families that are gathered here this evening. It's wonderful to see you all here as well. As you know, tonight we are honouring the Girmit ancestors, men and women whose lives were marked by hardship, injustice and separation from home, but also by extraordinary courage, resilience and strength. Between 1834 and 1917, there were more than 1.3 million Indian labourers were transported across the whole of the British Empire under indenture, and including tens of thousands that were brought to Fiji. This was a global system that imposed hardship on people who simply sought better lives for their families, and its legacy endures, which is why days like this really do matter. It's so important that we acknowledge this history, we speak truthfully about the experience of the Girmiteers, and ensure that their sacrifices are never forgotten or diminished. And it matters here in New Zealand too, because tens of thousands of Fijian Indians now call this great country home. A strong and growing community with deep roots and a rich history, and one that is very much part of New Zealand's future. You have enriched our country tremendously. Without you, we wouldn't be the New Zealand we are today. A multicultural country full of hopeful, hardworking people with a very positive outlook on life and a determination to do well for themselves, their families, and their communities. So thank you, thank you, thank you for everything you contribute to New Zealand. And despite everything they endured, the Girmiteers preserved their languages, faiths, and traditions, and in doing so, they helped shape the diverse and vibrant Fiji that we know today. The Girmit story is not only an Indo-Fijian history, it is part of Fiji's national story and part of the wider history of our Pacific region. I acknowledge Krish's remarks tonight. I want to let you know that All government agencies are now expected to report to what's called a level 4 classification rather than a level 3. That means the description of Fiji and Indian will actually be made available to every government agency who has to think about the resources they deploy to be able to deliver for people across the piece. And we will continue our conversations about broader recognition within the Pacific family as well. But with respect to the legacy, can I just congratulate the Golden Seniors receiving their medals today? Reaching 80 years is a remarkable milestone, and this recognition reflects the role that you have played in preserving the history, the culture, and the spirit of the Girmiteers here in New Zealand. New Zealand and Fiji share a close and enduring partnership, one that continues to grow stronger. Our connection is built on migration and education and work and faith and sport and family. And thousands of Girmit descendants contribute every day to our communities and our economy. So remembering Girmit together reinforces so many of the values that bind us: fairness, dignity, respect, and the belief that understanding our past strengthens our trust in the future. So to all the young people that are here tonight, the Girmit story is one of resilience, sacrifice, and hope. It is part of who you are. So learn it, carry it with pride, and pass it on so it continues to inspire future generations. In closing, can I just say again a big thank you to Krish and all the team for the work that you do to preserve the history, upholding the Girmiteers' legacy, and bringing our communities together in the way that you do. I wish each and every one of you here tonight tremendous success in the year ahead. Take care. Thank you. Vanaka vakulevu. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your enlightening message, especially in respect to our identity and heritage. Due to time constraints, we will now be hearing brief messages from key leaders and representatives from New Zealand, India, and Fiji. We thank them for taking the time to join us this evening and for sharing their reflections as we commemorate the 147th Girmit anniversary. I would first like to invite Honorable Biman Prasad, Member of Parliament in Fiji, former Deputy Prime Minister and leader of National Federation Party.
The Honourable Prime Minister of New Zealand, Mr. Christopher Luxon, Honourable Ministers, Members of Parliament, the President of the Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand, Mr. Chris Naidu, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Kia ora, vinaka vakalevu, thank you, dhanyawad, shukriya for this invitation to speak at your Girmit event. I am so deeply honored. I am especially pleased by the Fiji Girmit diaspora here in New Zealand for the sincerity and commitment with which you all make this important day each year memorable and hold events throughout the year. Please allow me to, first of all, extend my heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of my own party, the National Federation Party, and the people of Fiji and the government of Fiji, including our Prime Minister. I also thank you for your profound contribution to the social, economic, and cultural development of New Zealand. I can guess that there are about 70,000 people of Indenture descent here in New Zealand. And I was just walking out, it could be about close to 1.3, 1.4% of New Zealand's overall population. I am also deeply aware that your collective contribution to New Zealand's development is actually way larger than the ratio of the overall population. These contributions are felt across the skills, trades, across businesses, across professions ranging from health, law, teaching, across the sports, across the agriculture sectors, and across the service sectors. We have been blessed by seeing one of ours at the top level of government in New Zealand as the Governor General, say, Anand Satyanand. And I hope, Honorable Prime Minister, that in the not too distant future, we will see some more of the descendants of the Girmitias, including becoming Prime Minister of New Zealand as well someday. I am also touched by the way in which descendants of Girmitias in New Zealand are taking the lead in restudying, re-understanding, and reclaiming the history of our Girmit. It actually lifts us all as people. Rajendra Prasad's brilliant movie, Girmit, the Field of Sadness, has become a central part of our national story. Kirti Patel, Sunita Narayan, and so many others are undertaking wonderful efforts at presenting our stories to New Zealand and also to our international audiences. I want to say to our bhajan and qawwali singers in New Zealand, thank you as well for adding music to our unique storytelling. These efforts help to connect the Girmit diaspora. It is not my purpose to give you a lecture. In fact, I think my lecture days are behind me. I do want to reflect for a few moments on the economics of indenture. And without doubt, indenture was about how political authority was abused by private enterprise to secure and guarantee extraordinary levels of profits. Hopefully, underpaid slaves who worked the fields, the mills, the ships, the whole infrastructure of sugar in Fiji formed the backbone of a systematic system of exploitation of human labor with few parallels on the scale of its inhumanity and its brutality. With the collective weight of opposition by so many, and foremostly the leadership of indentured workers themselves. At the time, people like Pandit Totaram Sanadia, women leaders such as Kunti, and so many others were part of this opposition. And in fact, before the First World War, it was very clear to colonial authorities that the brutality of the indenture system was something that needed to end. Our indenture ended in 1916, and Indo-Fijians, I must say, must never forget the support and solidarity of the Methodist Church in London, priests such as C.F. Andrews and Dean Bandhu, and so many others who joined the efforts, who made submissions to the British, New Zealand, and to the Australian parliaments about the inhumanity of indenture. Famous, but sometimes forgotten among these was a great Kiwi member of parliament, Harry Holland, who brought the humanity of indenture of Indo-Fijians and others on the Pacific Islands forced labor schemes in the early 1900s to New Zealand's conscience. And I want to today pay my respects to his descendants and to the families in New Zealand and elsewhere. Harry Holland is a part of our Girmit story as much as Dean Bandhu. I am actually very proud to head Fiji's National Federation Party. Its leaders such as A.D. Patel, S.M. Koya, Ratu Julian Tagnivalu, Ratu Mosese Tuisawau, and many others fought against this giant and the colonial authorities at that time. And it was not until 1966, as part of the Lord Denning Award, that the sharing formula was changed from 30-70 in favor of the companies to 60-30, and it was not until 1973, 3 years after independence of Fiji, that we were able to get to 70-30. I thank so many in New Zealand who lend their voices and solidarity and support to bring this whole architecture of bondage and Girmit to an end. And again, I want to mark out New Zealanders across our history, such as Member of Parliament, Harry Holland, and more recent and contemporary friends of mine and colleagues, such as Professor Jackie Leckey, Robbie Robertson, and late Kevin Hines, and no doubt many others from New Zealand. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, Girmit is deeply personal. From that hate, we acquire our identity and shape our personal and world views. From it, we acquire the deepest respect for Fiji's indigenous communities and their chiefs who opened up their lands. They suffered so much as we did under the brutal colonial system. Together, we learned to carry each other. Our coalition government, for the first time in Fiji's history, declared Girmit Day as a national holiday in 2023 to remember and commemorate this integral part of our nations. But as we all know that our Girmit is also part of our larger global story. Girmit is also tied to the story of Indian indentured laborers in New Caledonia, in Australia, in Suriname, in Guyana, and elsewhere. I have called on many occasions all member states to the UN to declare International Day of Indenture. We owe our ancestors that much at least. And I hope, Honorable Prime Minister, that we will have your support and New Zealand's support for that effort. In Fiji, we have marked this day as one of our sacred days, now recognized as a national holiday, a day of deep reflection and a day to recommit ourselves, and that never again in history must people be so subjugated to such extreme levels of inhumanity, not our watch, not ever again. As a proud member of Fijian and Pacific Islander community, you will now find thousands of Indo-Fijians throughout New Zealand, Cook Islands, Samoa, PNG, Tonga, and across the Blue Pacific. I have to say again, we are a proud Pacific Islander community. Our roots and our future belong firmly to one and only homeland, Fiji. And I want to urge Indo-Fijian communities to work closely with Pacific Islander communities across New Zealand, be it through sharing our dances and songs, sharing and learning about each other's painful colonial history, celebrating our gods and festivals. We are the Pacific Islander people, and we must be recognized as such. Far importantly, we cannot heal all the wounds of history, but we know as well that few regions in the world are more deserving of meaningful apologies from those who were wrong. Again, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Chris for this very warm invitation, and I want to thank him and all his team for organizing such wonderful events in New Zealand for the good of our people, not here, only here in New Zealand, but throughout the world. Thank you once again. Vinaka Vakalevu and Dhanyawad.
Thank you, Honorable Biman Prasad, for your wonderful message. I would now like to invite our next speaker, the newly appointed Indian High Commissioner to New Zealand, Her Excellency Ms. Muanpui Sayawi.
Namaskar, Tenarakwe, and good evening to everyone. It is an honor for me to join you today for the 147th Fiji Girmit's commemorations. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the Right Honorable Christopher Luxon, Prime Minister of New Zealand, and I would also like to acknowledge Member of Parliament and former Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji, Honorable Bimal Prasad. Ministers, members of Parliament, dignitaries, community leaders, and all members of the Fiji Indian community gathered here today. Today we remember the Girmitiyas, the men, women, and children who left India many years ago and traveled across the seas to Fiji under the indenture system. The first ship, the Leonidas, arrived in Fiji on 14th May 1879. Thousands followed in the years after that. They came with a hope for a better future, but faced many hardships, suffering, separation from family, and difficult living conditions. Even during the most difficult times, they kept alive their values, language, faith, culture, music, and traditions. Through hard work and determination, they built new lives for future generations. Because of their sacrifices, future generations were able to grow, succeed, and contribute to societies across the world, including Fiji, New Zealand, Australia, and many other countries. As we gather here today, we celebrate the rich contributions of the Indo-Fijian community to New Zealand's multicultural society. Your contributions in education, business, public service, arts, culture, and community leadership are deeply valued. India shares a special and lasting connection with the people of Fiji and with the global Indian diaspora. We are proud of the way Indo-Fijian communities continue to preserve their heritage while also contributing strongly to the countries they now call home. Events like today are important because they help younger generations understand their history and remain connected to their roots and identity. We must continue to remember the Girmitias, their struggles, their dreams, and their spirit of perseverance. Their journey teaches us important lessons about dignity, humanity, courage, and unity. I congratulate the Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand, its President Krish, and its members for organizing this commemoration and bringing the community together in remembrance and celebration. We also appreciate the government of Fiji for declaring Girmit Day a national holiday and for continuing to commemorate the occasion every year to honor the contributions and sacrifices of the Girmitias. We also deeply appreciate the government of New Zealand, which is according this event so much importance even at the highest level. Thank you, namaste, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Her Excellency, for your great message tonight.
I'd like to acknowledge the President of New Zealand Indian Central Association, Mr. Virkar, to say a very one-minute speech. I know you're very competent and eloquent.
Namaste. It is important to remember the hardship, but I think it's more important to celebrate the way you have lived these 147 years. To honor that, honorable dignitaries, I think it will be right for us as New Zealand Indian Central Association to contribute a token, $2,000 towards this, sharing the cost of this function. I think that makes me feel proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful token of appreciation. Fiji Girmit Foundation extends our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all our distinguished dignitaries for your time, presence, and warm messages this evening. You may now kindly exit the stage and return to your seats. Once again, thank you all for being part of tonight's celebration. Dhanyavad. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the formal part of our evening. However, there is still plenty more to look forward to tonight, including exciting performances, fun quizzes, and prizes, followed by a delicious Fiji-style dinner. We invite everyone to stay, enjoy the celebrations, and continue sharing in the spirit of Girmit, culture, unity, and community together. Dhanyavad. All right, everyone. We have various cultural performances lined up for you, one after the other, which will be presented to you now. Our next performance is by Sharav and Group. It is a musical performance. Sharav Lal is the lead singer. Prashant is on tabla, also accompanied by Nivesh and Divesh. A huge round of applause for Sharav and Group, anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? आप सभी से निवेदन है कि आप please अपने seats पर बैठ जाएं. We would appreciate if you can please take your seats. We have a number of musical performances lined up for you. Our next performance is by Sharav and group. It is a musical performance by lead singer Sharav Lal. Krishant is on tabla, also accompanied by Nivesh and Devesh. I would like to request you to please remain seated while you enjoy these performances. Thank you. Sound. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Can I please ask you to take your seats? Please sit down for now. We have a lineup of performances for you. आपके लिए यहाँ पर बहुत सारे performances रखे गए. The night is not over yet. आप please बैठ जाए to enjoy musical performances जो आपके लिए यहाँ पर है. We request you to please take your seats while there is a number of performances being presented to you one after another. Thank you.
सुनो सुनो ए दुनिया वालों आ आ सुनो सुनो ए दुनिया वालों गिरमिट की ये अमर कहानी पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी सुनो सुनो ऐ दुनिया वालों गिरमिट की ये अमर कहानी पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी पाँच सौ उन्नासी पूर्वजों का प्रथम जहाज में बैठाया 579 पूर्वजों का प्रथम जहाज में बैठाया 579 पूर्वजों का प्रथम जहाज में बैठाया, 14 में 1879 लियोनिदास फीजी पहुँचाया हो। भूल भुलैया से छूट गए, भूल भुलैया से छूट गए परिजन सबके प्राणी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। सुनो सुनो ऐ दुनिया वालों, गिरमिट की अमर कहानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। पूर्वज हो गए थे भ्रमित अरकटियों के गल समया से, पूर्वज हो गए थे भ्रमित अरकटियों के गल समया से, बिछड़ गए कितनी नौ दुल्हन अपने प्यारे सैया से हो। दिलो दिमाग में रह गए बस, दिलो दिमाग में रह गए बस यादों की अमित निशानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। सुनो सुनो ऐ दुनिया वालों, गिरमिट की ये अमर कहानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। गिरमिट दफन कराने में डेडली मणिलाल ने धूम मचाई, गिरमिट दफन कराने में डेडली मणिलाल ने धूम मचाई। JW बैरगन की किताब अंग्रेज सरकार को खूब हिलाया हो। फैल गए चारों तरफ, फैल गए चारों तरफ इंसाफ की क्रांति तूफानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। सुनो सुनो ऐ दुनिया वालों, गिरमिट की ये अमर कहानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। पुरखों की ये दुख थे गाता, जतन है शब्दों में लाने का, पुरखों की ये दुख थे गाता, जतन है शब्दों में लाने का। प्रभु की इच्छा आवाज में अपनी सुनाने को, सहज के रखना दिलों में, सहज के रखना दिलों में हमेशा पुरखों की कुर्बानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। सुनो सुनो ऐ दुनिया वालों, गिरमिट की ये अमर कहानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी, पग पग पर कांटों से घायल पूर्वजों की जिंदगानी। धन्यवाद।
A huge round of applause, everyone, for Sharab and group. Lead singer Pathe Sharav Lal, Krishant on tabla, also accompanied by Nivesh or Divesh. Ladies and gentlemen, our next performance is a Girmit Logit by Umlawati of Nosori, Fiji. The song title is Kaha Gaile Baba More. Lead singer is Umlawati Prasad. And on harmonium, Master Kamla Prasad. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next performer, a Girmit Logit by Umlawati and Master Kamla Prasad on harmonium. जोरदार तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत कीजिएगा.
चल पढ़ो.
सदा भवानी सदा भवानी दायनी की सन्मुख रहे गणेश, पास दे मिल रक्षा करे ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश. कहाँ गइल बाबा मोर, कहाँ गइल देवरासो, कहाँ गइल ना मोर बाबा बलमा गईले ना वही फीजी के नगरिया मोर बलमा गईले ना
मोरे फीजी के नगरिया मोर बलमा गईले ना
अरे बलमा गईले ना मोर बलमा गईले ना वही फीजी के नगरिया मोर बलमा गईले ना
मोरे फीजी के नगरिया हो बलमा गईले ना मोरे फीजी के नगरिया हो बलमा गईले ना
अरे काहो लाए बाबा मोरे काहो लाए देव रस काहो लाए ना मोरे बारे बला मवास काहो लाए ना
मोरे कार बजर वासु काहू लाए ना
मोरे बारे बला मवास काहो लाए ना
मोरे बार बलम वासु काहू लाए ना
अरे काहो लाए ना बलमा काहो लाए ना मोरे बारे बला मवास काहो लाए ना
मोरे बार बलम वासु काहू लाए ना
बाबा लाए चिन्ना साड़ी देवरा लाए कांगना तो बलमा लाए ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास बलमा लाए ना
मोरे मांगे के सुगुर वासो बलमा लाए ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर
वास बलमा लाए ना अरे बलमा लाए ना ओ बलमा लाए ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास बलमा लाए ना अरे कहाँ गईले चिन्ना साड़ी कहाँ गईले कांगना सो कहाँ गईले ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो कहाँ गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो कहाँ गले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो कहाँ गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो कहाँ गले ना
कहाँ गईले ना ओ कहाँ गईले ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो कहाँ गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो कहाँ गले ना
अरे फट गए चिन्ना साड़ी टूट गए कांगना सरई गईले ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास रही गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो रही गले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास रही गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो रही गले ना
रही गईले ना ओ रही गईले ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास रही गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो रही गले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास रही गईले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वासो रही गले ना
मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास रही गईले ना मोरे मांगे के सिंदूर वास
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद जी
जोरदार तालियां हो जाए गिरमिट लोकगीत उमलावती के लिए जो नौसोरी फीजी की है। बहुत ही प्यारा ये गाना कहाँ गईले बाबा मोरे। लीड सिंगर उमलावती प्रसाद और हारमोनियम पर थे मास्टर कमला प्रसाद। Ladies and gentlemen, our next performance is a Bollywood song with a Fijian touch. और ये तुकाई बेरा द्वारा प्रेजेंट किया जा रहा है। Please put your hands together for a Bollywood song with a Fijian touch by Tukai Bera. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a change. We will very shortly see Bollywood song with a Fijian touch by Tukai Bera very shortly. But before that, we have a Girmit cultural song by Master Kamla and team. Song title is Girmit Ki Yadein. Lead singer is Kamla Prasad. Dholak par hai Nand Kumar, accompanied by Surendra Prasad and Kamlawati Prasad. Girmit cultural song by Master Kamla and team. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए।
गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट में दिए बलिदान जो पूर्वज हमारे, गिरमिटियों को नमन, फिजी देश संवारे, फिजी देश संवारे। गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें। अरे काटियों ने भारत से लोगों को बहकाए, लालच दिखाए, नौकरी की डिपू पहुँचाए। अरे काटियों ने भारत से लोगों को बहकाए, लालच दिखाए, नौकरी की डिपू पहुँचाए, सरकारी कागज पर जबरन, सरकारी कागज पर जबरन अंगूठा लगवाए। गिरमिटियों को नमन, फिजी देश संवारे, फिजी देश संवारे। गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें। वो चार लोग कुली लाइन में 10 फुट के घर में रहे, उसी में पकाए खाए सोए जेल से कोठरी में। चार लोग कुली लाइन में 10 फुट के घर में रहे, उसी में पकाए खाए सोए जेल से कोठरी में। खाने का राशन इतना ही, खाने का राशन इतना ही, एक हफ्ता भी न चले। गिरमिटियों को नमन, फिजी देश संवारे, फिजी देश संवारे। गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें। बारह से 18 घंटे कुलम्बरों ने काम लिए, सुबह 4 बजे जो नहीं उठे तो चाबुक तन पे पड़े। 12 से 18 घंटे कुलम्बरों ने काम लिए, सुबह 4 बजे जो नहीं उठे तो चाबुक तन पे पड़े। वेतन 1 शिलिंग दिन भर के, वेतन 1 शिलिंग दिन भर के मेहनत के मिलते थे। गिरमिटियों को नमन, फिजी देश संवारे, फिजी देश संवारे। गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें, गिरमिट की यादें। गिरमिट में दिए बलिदान जो पूर्वज हमारे, गिरमिटियों को नमन, फिजी देश संवारे, फिजी देश संवारे। गिरमिट की यादें, 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 गिरमिट की। धन्यवाद।
जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for the Girmit cultural song for Master Kamla and team. सॉन्ग का टाइटल था गिरमिट की यादें। बहुत ही खूबसूरत गाना कमला जी आपने प्रस्तुत किया, थैंक यू सो मच, हम आपके बहुत आभारी हैं। लीड सिंगर थे कमला प्रसाद, ढोलक पर नंद कुमार, accompanied by Surendra Prasad and Kamlawati Prasad. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now invite another performer, a group of performance जो यहाँ पर होगा by a group का नाम है खोटे सिक्के, and they're going to perform a Bollywood fusion dance जो बहुत ही बेहतरीन लगेगा देखने में, क्योंकि इनके छोटे rehearsals जो पीछे backstage हो रहा था, I've had the privilege of watching, and you love this. Please join your hands and put your hands for Khote Sikke presenting Bollywood fusion dance performance.
आज रमझट है रंगत है सखियों की संगत है मन में हरख न मायो जल से की आई रात रे रंगीला मारा नाच रंगीला मारा नाच सनेड़ो गाए साथ में रंगीला मारा नाच
पैरों में तेरे घुंघरू की बिजुरियां छन 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 खाती रे पढ़न चली बोलो है जाती रे पढ़न चली बोलो है जाती रे
रंग पुरेदी रंग रंगीली लड़की छैली छबीली उसके चंचल नैन कटार और चंचल नैन कटार ते उसका रूप बना हथियार उसके रूप से कत्ल हुए तो चर्चा शुरू हुआ नगाड़ा 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 बजा नगाड़ा 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 बजा नगाड़ा 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 बजा नगाड़ा
ఎవరు ఫోన్ చేశారు ఆపు ఆపు ఎయిర్ప్లేన్ మోడ్
రోజు వేడుకగా ఉంటుంది ఉంటుంది నాచేగే అప్ని ఉఠా కర్కే లూంగి ఈ రోజు వేడుకగా ఉంటుంది ఉంటుంది నాచేగే అప్ని ఉఠా కర్కే లూంగి తమా తమా తమా
The next act will take you to another level of happiness.
Start music.
பார்ட்டி ஒண்ணு தொடங்கட்டுமா அது ரெடி கலப்பட்டுமா ஷாம்பெயின் தான் திறக்கட்டுமா மைக்க கையில் எடுக்கட்டுமா
இடி இடிச்சா என் வாய்ஸ் தான் வெட்டி வெட்டிச்சா என் வாய்ஸ் தான் குட்டி மக்கத்தான் நம் கூட்டணி பாட்டி விட்டு தான் போமாட்டணி
சத்தம் பத்தாது விசில் போடு குத்தம் பார்க்காம விசில் போடு ரத்தம் பத்தட்டும் விசில் போடு ஹே நம்பி ஹே நண்பா ஹே விசில் போடு GOATக்கு விசில் போடு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா விசில் போடு டிராகன் வேட்டைக்கு விசில் போடு ஹே நம்பி ஹே நண்பா விசில் அடி என்னோடு
Wait, we're not done yet. DJ!
देखो देखो है शाम बड़ी दीपानी धीरे धीरे बन जाए न कोई कहानी देखो देखो है शाम बड़ी दीपानी धीरे धीरे बन जाए न कोई कहानी दिल पर है दिलकश है दिलदार नजारे हैं आज ज़मीं पर उतरे कितने सितारे हैं अगलो होश नमी दानम हम है दिल है और जानम बस दीवानगी 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 है ना कोई रहसन ना रहकर ये इल्जाम लगे किस पर ओ बस दीवानगी 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 है All the hot girls put your hands up and say
एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए खोटे सिक्के के लिए बॉलीवुड फ्यूजन डांस परफॉर्मेंस इस ग्रुप की कोरियोग्राफर इस केशा well done Kesha wonderfully choreographed I would also like to acknowledge Sameer और Kashish जो इस ग्रुप में डांस कर रहे थे Sameer you've performed so well so congratulations इसके अलावा moving on to the next performance it is again going to be a Bollywood song with a Fijian touch Tukai Bera ये बहुत ही wonderful singer है और he is going to perform a Bollywood song with a Fijian touch. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए तुकाई बेरा के लिए.
Hello, test. Bula. First of all, I'd like to thank Sushant, Krish, and members of the committee for the privilege and the honor of inviting me to have a small share in being part of this memorable gathering. I am not a professional singer. I just sing in the Nangona basin. So I'm grateful for the privilege and the honor of being here. I'm originally from Nasoka, Waingele, Lambasa, and I learned Hindi and the love for Hindi and the music from descendants of Girmitias in Waingele, Lambasa, Nasoka. And to honor their memory, I'd like to mention their names, Hirasami and Parela, Angar and Naniki, Chalamaya, Polaya, and Tinkislu. They are gone now, but they remain in my heart. And the Hindi song that I'm going to sing today is the national anthem of Vanuatu, the capital being LA. So if you know the song and you'd like to sing along, please join me. अरे बाबा शोर नहीं सोर सोर सावन का महीना पवन करे शोर झियरा रे झूमे से जैसे बनमा नाचे मोर रामा के जब ढाए ये पुरवैया नैया संभालो कित कोए हो के भैया राम आगे जब ढाए ये पुरवैया नैया संभालो कित कोए हो के भैया वही पुरवैया के आगे चले न कोई और झियरा रे झूमे से जैसे बनमा नाचे मोर Sing along. सावन का महीना पवन करे शोर झियरा रे झूमे से जैसे बनमा नाचे मोर मौजवा करे क्या जाने हमको इशारा जाना कहाँ है पूछे मर्जी है तुम्हारी चले न इस ओर जियरा रे झूमे ऐसे जैसे बनमाना चे मोर कोरस सावन का महीना पवन करे शोर जियरा रे झूमे ऐसे जैसे बनमाना चे मोर जिनके बलम बैरी गए हैं विदेशवा आए हैं लेके उनके प्यार का संदेशवा जिनके बलम बैरी गए हैं विदेशवा आए हैं लेके उनके प्यार का संदेशवा कारी मतवारी घटाए गन गोर जियरा रे जुए से जैसे बनमाना चे मोर सावन का महीना पवन करे शोर जियरा रे झूमे से जैसे बनमाना चे मोर नका अजीब दास्ता है ये कहाँ शुरू कहाँ खत्म ये मंजिलें हैं कौन सी न वो समझ सके न हम ये रोशनी के साथ क्यों धुआं उठा चिराग से ये रोशनी के साथ क्यों धुआं उठा चिराग से ये ख्वाब देखती हूँ मैं ये जब पड़ी हूँ ख्वाब से अजीब दास्ता है ये कहाँ शुरू कहाँ खत्म ये मंजिलें हैं कौन सी न वो समझ सके न हम ये रोशनी के साथ क्यों धुआं उठा चिराग से ये ख्वाब देखती हूँ मैं ये जब पड़ी हूँ ख्वाब से Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tukai Bera. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए तुकाई बेरा के लिए. बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग विद अ फिजियन टच और बहुत ही बेहतरीन गाया, बहुत ही अच्छा लगा. अभी हमारा नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मर जो है is Master Satya Dutt. He's going to perform a educational presentation on Syria Nasilite tragedy. तो जोरदार तालियां हो जाए educational presentation के लिए by Master Satya Dutt.
आप सब भोजन करते रहिए और अपने जो कान है इस तरफ रखें और नमस्ते बोला विनाका केओरा and good evening
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here this evening to honor the memories of one of the most sorrowful episodes in the history of Fiji and in the wider story of the Girmit journey. The wreck of the ship Syria is not widely documented, yet it deserves to be remembered with the utmost respect. It was Fiji's worst maritime disaster. On 13th March 1884, the Syria departed from Calcutta, India for Fiji, carrying 497 Indian indentured laborers, men, women, children, and crew, bound for an unfamiliar shore under the harsh realities of the colonial indenture system. Many had left behind poverty, uncertainty, loved ones, and all that was familiar, sustained by the hope of a better future. Yet, as their voyage drew toward its end, that hope was met by catastrophe. On the night of 11 May 1884 at 8:30 p.m., as the vessel neared Fiji, the Syria struck Neselai Reef. In darkness and turbulent seas, 59 lives were lost, 56 passengers and 3 crew members. Dr. William McGregor later described a scene of terror. People struggling in the water, others falling and drowning, and women and children trapped within the shattered vessel as wreckage crashed through the surf. In a matter of moments, the close of a long and difficult journey became a desperate struggle for survival. In 2015, Fiji Girmit Foundation New Zealand made a visit to Neselai to thank the villagers, and in 2016 made some capital building improvements to help the village as a goodwill gesture. My visit to the Syria wreckage in 2017 was also very emotional and educational. The photo run on the LED screens, a piece from the wreckage is displayed in front at the display booth that way. It is here that the history assumes its deepest moral significance. The indigenous Fijian villagers did not withdraw from danger. Rather, they moved toward it with remarkable courage. They entered treacherous waters to aid people they did not know. They brought survivors safely ashore, extended shelter and care, and accorded dignity to those who had perished. Amid devastation, they answered suffering with bravery, compassion, and profound human decency. That is why the wreck of Syria continues to hold such significance in our own time. We still live in a world troubled by racism, suspicion, and exclusion. We witness these forces on the global stage, including Fiji, and we encounter them in quieter but no less harmful ways within our own communities. So, tonight, let us all remember the wreck of the Syria in a spirit of solemn commemoration. We can choose respect over division, compassion over indifferences, and conscious of our racism. May the memory of the Syria remain for us a call of humility, a call of courage, and a call to unity. Vinaka Vakalevo, Dhanyavad, and thank you.
जोरदार तालियां हो जाए मास्टर सत्यदत्त के लिए. बहुत ही वंडरफुल सीरियन एसएलआई ट्रेजेडी पर इन्होंने एक एजुकेशनल प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now reached to the conclusion of tonight's program, and I would like to take the honor to introduce our final performer. ये बहुत ही famous person है. इनके साथ इनफैक्ट मैंने पढ़ाई भी किया है. We were in the same school, Swami Vivekananda College. Pranil Sami Dawn from Nandi, Fiji. ये live entertainment लेकर आए हैं. मैं आपको इतना भी बताना चाहता हूं कि he's done many shows around the world और फिजी में तो बहुत बेहतर shows किया है. लोग इनके shows के लिए tickets खरीदते हैं. And now we are so proud and privileged कि हमारे लिए ये एक special Girmit और cultural performance लेकर आए हैं. Pranil Sami Dawn, स्वागत है भैया आपका न्यूजीलैंड में. And we look forward to your wonderful performance. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for a live entertainment, special Girmit and cultural performance by Pranil Sami Dawn, Nandi, Fiji.
Well, everyone, thank you for being here tonight. Please, खाना खा के घरे नहीं जाना अभी, wait करना. Pranil Sami Dawn, all there from Nandi, Fiji, has got really nice cultural performance for you tonight. Before that, we would like to honor Pranil Sami Dawn on the 147th Fiji Girmit Remembrance Day for outstanding contributions to preserving and promoting Fijian Indian music and culture. And I would like to invite Mike Terneski, member of Auckland Council, to come and present the plaque, together with a chair, Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand Semachari, and Harnam Singh Golian, our life member.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present to you our final performance of the evening, a Lokgit performance by Pranil Sami Dawn. Lokgit is a traditional folk style of music that reflects the culture, emotions, and everyday experiences of our people. And tonight's performance is a celebration of our heritage, unity, and Girmit history. This performance will also mark the conclusion of tonight's program. On behalf of the Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand, we sincerely thank each and every one of you for your attendance and support this evening. Please stay on, enjoy your dinner, fellowship, and kava as we continue sharing time together as a community. We will be here until approximately 8:45 p.m. The Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand, wishes you all a safe and pleasant journey home. आप सभी को धन्यवाद देते हैं तहे दिल से कि आप इस प्रोग्राम का हिस्सा बने, हमारा साथ दिया, इस महफिल में रौनक लाया, आपके प्रेजेंस, आपके अटेंडेंस से तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच कि आपका होस्ट बनने का ये सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ है. कोई त्रुटियां हो तो हाथ जोड़कर माफ़ी चाहते हैं. हम चाहते हैं कि आप हमारा साथ दें, प्रणील सामी डॉन का साथ दें, और एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियां हो जाए प्रणील सामी डॉन के लिए.
Sound, check sound. Sound, check 1, 2. Sound. Sound. Sound, check 1, 2. Sound.
Sound 1, 2.
Sound, check sound 1, 2. जय गणेश गिरिजासवन मंगल मूल सुजान कहत अयोध्या दास तुम्हें देऊ अभय आए हुए धर्म प्रेमियों, आप सभी को हमारी मंडली की तरफ से जो गिरमिट उत्सव है उनके निमित्त में जय श्री राम नमस्कारम। समझौता को गिरमिट बोल के गरीबों को दूर भगाया, कलकत्ता से नाव चली लियोनीदास नाम पुकारा। 14 भाई फीजी पहुंचे, रोया पूरा हिंदुस्तान सारा। मुसलमान तमिल तेलुगु सब मिलकर बने एक दूजे के कर ना सके हम कर ना सके हम दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। कर ना सके हम दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। कर ना सके हम गिरमिट पीड़ा में काश बिछाया। बरस के गिरमिट लेकर, 5 बरस के गिरमिट लेकर सोचे थे वापस जाए। अरे न सके हमें दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। कैसे विपदा छाई गई है भारत से अब यार हमारा। अरे न सके हमें दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। अरे न सके हमें दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। बीजी धरती माँ बन जाई, यही में सारे सपने सजे। यही में सारे सपने सजे, यही में सारे सपने सजे। मन मस्जिद गुरु द्वारा सबने प्रेम का दीप जलाया। प्रेम का दीप जलाया। गिरमिट के त्याग तपस्या, गिरमिट के त्याग तपस्या, पीजी को है स्वर्ग बनाया। जो गिरमिटिया वीर हमारे, जो गिरमिटिया वीर हमारे, जिनसे रोशन नाम हुआ। अरे न सके हमें दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। अरे न सके हमें दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। गिरमिट पीड़ा दिल में लेकर, गिरमिट पीड़ा दिल में लेकर, गिरमिट पीड़ा दिल में लेकर आए बीजी देश हमारा। 1886 अंग्रेजों ने जाल बिछाया। अरे न सके हमें दुख का सौदा, छोड़ के आए भारत प्यारा। अरे न सके
पे चल के मिलेंगे सारे बहाने, रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं आगे, कांटों पे चल के मिलेंगे सारे बहाने, रुक जाना नहीं कहीं आगे, कांटों पे
Paradamuda, paradamuda, paradamudane. Paradamudane. Yamalog tarpene. Paradamudane. Yamalog tarpene. Paradamudane. Yamalog tarpene. Paradamuda, paradamuda, paradamudane. Paradamuda, paradamuda, paradamudane. Paradamudane, paradamudane. Yamalog tarpene. Paradamudane, yamalog tarpene. Paradamudane, yamalog tarpene.
हे देवी, आज इस रणभूमि में हम तेरा ऐसा ऐसा हाल करेंगे, हम तेरा ऐसा ऐसा हाल करेंगे कि कैलाश में बैठा हुआ शिव भी तेरा हाल देखकर गंभीर सोच में पड़ जाए।
विराट वीरन, विराट वीरन, विराट वीरन, विराट वीरन ने। विराट वीरन, विराट वीरन, विराट वीरन ने। विराट वीरन ने, विराट वीरन ने। यमलोक तरफे ने। विराट वीरन ने, यमलोक तरफे ने। विराट वीरन ने, यमलोक तरफे ने। पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा ने। पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा ने। पराडमुडा ने, यमलोक मुडा ने। यमलोक तरफे ने। पराडमुडा ने, यमलोक तरफे ने।
हे देवी, अगर तुम दूध मांगोगे तो हम खीर देंगे, अगर तुम दूध मांगोगे तो हम तुम्हें खीर देंगे, अगर इस रणभूमि में जस्ती मुंह चलाया तो हम तुम्हें बीच में से चीर देंगे।
सुरादि सूरन, सुरादि सूरन, सुरादि सूरन, सुरादि सूरन ने। सुरादि सूरन, सुरादि सूरन, सुरादि सूरन ने। सुरादि सूरन ने, सुरादि सूरन ने। यमलोक, यमलोक, यमलोक तरफे ने। सुरादि सूरन ने, यमलोक तरफे ने। सुरादि सूरन ने, यमलोक तरफे ने। पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा ने। पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा, पराडमुडा ने। पराडमुडा ने, पराडमुडा ने। यमलोक तरफे ने। पराडमुडा ने, यमलोक तरफे ने।
हे देवी, पानी में लाठी मार देने से पानी फट नहीं सकता, पानी में लाठी मार देने से पानी फट नहीं सकता, ऐसा असुर का जाति है आसानी से फट नहीं सकता।
कटीने उंदाने, कटीने उंदाने, कटीने उंदाने, कटीने उंदाने। कटीने उंदाने, कटीने उंदाने, कटीने उंदाने। कटीने उंदाने, कटीने उंदाने। बंपर, बंपर, बंपर पोलावे।
देवी, जैसे बिल्ली के नाखून बढ़ जाने से वो शेरनी नहीं कहलाती, जैसे बिल्ली के नाखून बढ़ जाने से वो शेरनी नहीं कहलाती, वैसे कुत्ते के मांस खा लेने से वो शेर नहीं कहलाता।
काटीने उंदाने बंपर पोलावे, काटीने उंदाने बंपर पोलावे, परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने, परडमुडा परडमुडा परडमुडाने, परडमुडा परडमुडा परडमुडाने, परडमुडाने परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने, परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने, परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने, परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने, परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने। काटीने उंदाने काटीने उंदाने काटीने उंदाने, काटीने उंदाने काटीने उंदाने काटीने उंदाने, काटीने उंदाने काटीने उंदाने बपर 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 पोलावे, परडमुडा परडमुडा परडमुडाने, परडमुडा परडमुडा परडमुडाने, परडमुडाने परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने, परडमुडाने यमलोक तर्पेने। जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम, जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम। ये आप सभी का प्यार है जो आज हम अपने मंडली सहित और फीजी में हमारा परिवार जीएसबी संघ में जो भी आज देख रहे हैं आपके निमित्त है। आप सभी को हृदय से धन्यवाद है। कहते हैं राम नाम है अपरंपारा, तो चलते हैं आप सभी का प्यार इसी तरह सब पर हम सब पर बना रहे। अंत में आप सभी को जय श्री राम, जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम, जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय श्री राम, जय जय राम जय सिया राम, जय जय राम जय सिया राम, जय जय राम 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 जय राम राम जय जय राम 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 जय राम, जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम, जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम 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 जय राम राम जय श्या राम।
जय हो।
Um, Thank you, everybody, for availing yourself today, for being an awesome crowd, and for being part of our celebration. On behalf of the Fiji Girmit Foundation, New Zealand, on behalf of our President, Chris Naidu, I would like to thank you all for making time and being amazing audience today. Thank you. Vinaka Vakalevu. See you next year. Let's hear Abula. Nisamode. See you next year.